Welcome back. 2 workers and resources. Let's check my mic volume. Sounds good. Okay. We're back in our republic, trying to set up our food factory and distillery, which we left off finishing last time. Train is already running, bringing in crops, and we'll have to see how many trains, how much capacity we will need. We might export food and alcohol, but we'll see. Hello, Mega Monkey, Thorgrim, Neocontra, welcome. Let's see how it goes. Mega Monkey teased me with a message about Captain of Industry, and I'm not sure if I can allow that. I don't want to get hyped for games coming out. I already got so many games. Very exciting. Yeah, we haven't even tested the steam trains in Captain of Industry yet. And then there's this game's gonna get another DLC this year, maybe. It's like Captain of Industry and Workers and Resources could probably keep me locked down for what I'm playing this year already. It's ridiculous. And Shadow Empire. And maybe Unreal World. And Astronauts. Normal stream trains in Captain of Industry are basic, don't worry about them. Normal stream trains. Oh god, they get street trains. I can only use them while streaming, huh? Interesting. Nuclear train is the deal in the DLC, however. Well, we'll see. We might have to try these small heating plants and see how much we can extend our heating capacity by. I don't think it's gonna be a lot, but... How much heat water tank did they have? It was like... let's see... It's like less than a third of a small heating plant, and that one has 200 cubic meters. This one says it's at 120 cubic meters, but I think that is not correct. I think it just has that large of a tank, so it has a little bit of a buffer. So this is 200, which seems to be correct, compared to the 450 cubic meters of that thing. 200 cubic meters is doable, I think. That would mean less than 70 cubic meters for this. I don't know. Don't remember. I guess the other small heating plants dotted in the city with the large heating plant supporting might be okay. I don't... Well, the super large heating plants have that lower pollution that we set. 2.4 tons for 3 workers instead of 3 tons for 3 workers. Which is a reduction of 20%. It's not a small reduction. Then we get another 15% reduction from the pollution filters. Hello 33 Bull. Welcome. Oil price increase? Oh no. Last train track being built, which we only need if we want to have a second train running here. I guess we could have up to 3 trains if one parks outside, realistically. But I wouldn't risk that. 2 450 meter long trains. If we need another one, we will have to move the another train track in here. Once the food factory and distillery is running, I guess we can set up the relocation of the clothing factory in this area, leaving a little bit of a gap here in case we want to have a cableway going off of this point and distributing more workers. Maybe we can have another cableway coming in to this side and delivering even more workers and make this a bit of a hub. We'll see. There could be cableway stations around here. As long as we have fire safety, everything will be alright. So much money from the vehicle production line. Sheesh. How close are you to exporting again? 2/3? Oh wow. Going out right away. Okay. Sure. Million? 920,000. Hello 50. Welcome. This will definitely save us a bunch of money because we will only have to import crops. It'll be quite costly to set up, but it should scale nicely with the growing of our settlement. We could tell the train from the auxiliary settlement to go here and pick up resources as well, before going to the customs house and filling up with whatever else they need. Industrial powerhouse speedrun any %. No, this is not a speedrun. More money? Yes. Well, okay. Some might consider this a speedrun. I'm just thinking of certain other speedruns I've seen. Not mentioning any names. Just looking at chat. Don't think we're gonna worry about the biological waste, but an incinerator and a technical service I think will have to happen. Otherwise this is gonna output quite a lot of waste. Got a electrical substation in the way. So this is for industrial waste. Other factories might also drop off into here. Technical service, left hand corner, right hand distribute the ash away from here. If I want to have a train track going through here and connecting the clothing factory, I'll have to leave some room. Otherwise we could also have the incinerator on that end, but I kind of like it in this area. People coming in by cableway car get a whiff of smoke before they get dropped off. And we can line up a bunch of dumps here, I guess. So the train track might do a curve and then go into a clothing factory warehouse on this side. We'll have the waste removal over on this end. Hello, Kelly McGilrath. Welcome. Considered purchasing snow blowers? No. Our vehicles are too slow to benefit off of that. Top speed is 20 for our trucks. And on gravel with snow, without snow plows, they're still going 18 or 16. So I'm not gonna get a huge fleet of snow plows for that. Seems like a bit of a waste. I'll set up the incinerator after the food factory is up. And the technical service probably on the outside. A small one. Don't think it needs trucks, but a single truck could handle this area, I think. Maybe we'll get one truck. I think for the industrial areas it makes sense to have trucks. Just a small technical service that only handles this local area. I don't know if we could get the train tracks through here now. Guess not. Maybe if I wedge the road more against the footpath, I would be willing to do that. Don't need to be paused right now. Yeah, I guess this would work, right? Yeah, then we have a technical service in here. Neat. That will do. And a distribution office is also something we would need to get the ash picked up and moved to the waste dumps. Maybe I should use horses. Nah, distribution office for horses is ridiculously large. This one is big too. I guess the distribution office could be somewhere here at the end of the road, and then the clothing factory would go around that distribution office. So they go out, go to the incinerator, and move it to where it needs to be. Okay. That way we can get the train track past here too. I'll have to scooch around and then clothing factory, I think, on the other side. Somewhere here. Simple warehouse. It's probably a small warehouse or something like that. Have an access point through a footpath. We will have to upgrade the dirt footpath, I guess. Just go past here into the building. People from the cableway station can get in. Yeah, I think this will work okay. It'll have water, sewage, electricity, everything a good worker would need. Weird footpaths on the dirt footpath are not needed right now. And there would be a warehouse here. I did not look at the factory connections. That will do. And a cargo platform for loading, unloading. Probably... How are we gonna handle the clothing? Probably the train that picks up from the city will just come by, drop off fabric, and take all the clothing that there's in here after. Yeah, in the same storage. And then bring the clothing to the export too. Or we could split it up into two warehouses again. Into two stations again. One for the delivery train. I don't think we need that much fabric. Yeah, the city's goods trains can just get longer. This will store a ton of fabric. Feels excessive. 280 tons. 140 tons of fabric, 100 tons of clothing. That's probably even too much. 49 tons of fabric, 35 tons of clothing. That's maybe a little bit too small. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be this one. One access point. This will probably work. Water, sewage, electricity. The factory connection. And the train track. So the citizen goods trains would enter in here and deliver a ton of fabric and pick up whatever clothing there is, drop as much off as it can into the city storage, and then export the rest. No new train needed, just after picking up food and alcohol, go and pick up clothing too. I think it can be right behind it. We would build that after, I think. "105 meters. Fits pretty neatly into that warehouse. I guess we could run a bunch of these smaller trains and just line them up in 3 of them into a storage and just have small trains scooting about, but no, I want large trains, long trains. Couple more resources. Lots of bricks, as usual. Is this fine? Maybe a waste storage here, but otherwise I think this is okay. Do I want to move the clothing factory a little bit over so we can have another road connection here? So the fire station doesn't have to go all the way around, it could do a left-hand turn times 2. I think I'll do that. Like, another access road here might make sense. I don't see right now how it could be useful. But it's gonna be easy to fit one in and not mess the whole plan up. And I think it's gonna look neat. Oh yeah, and we also figured out how to get nicely looking roads in places now that are going directly where they should be. As long as we can make them, I guess, perpendicular. That would be straight enough. And that lines up, that's fine. That footpath can go through here. Yeah, that'll do, I think. Hello, Carpathis. Welcome. Could have one more waste storage here, I believe. And then we would have to figure out what to do with the ash, or we try and push the train tracks back a little bit further so we can have at least 2 more storages here, because I think that would make sense. Line it up with the warehouse. Scoot it on in. Sure. Yeah, I think that'll be probably enough room to get rid of the ash. If not, we will have to put more waste dumps in somewhere. Got our distribution office for the ash disposal. The technical service will have a search radius of like 500 meters, which is just the industrial area. Must make sure not to have any metal scrap in there. I only want clean ash and waste that produces clean ash going into here. Chemical plant would, for example, not be allowed. Well, can have a train parked here and a train parked behind it. Not that we're currently planning on running 2 trains in. But maybe we'll have a dedicated clothing train at some point, I don't think so. Single clothing factory will last us a very long time. You're good. Just build that track, it's fine. Other trains are not going to move out of there anyway, right now. Almost done with the new power line, which will provide us with electricity in the area. Either from the customs house or, well, the city's power supply. This power line is only there to make sure we get those 14 megawatts of power to the city via 3 underground wires. Once we have a second power plant, we'll be producing up to that point. Maybe a little bit more, but yeah, that's going to be about our limit. Not planning for 20 megawatts, that would be foolish. And now extra cableway cars can go into this nook in the middle, because they can be built by footpath and they would just nest themselves in here if we need them, going into different areas. That should be enough room for them. An extra arrival cableway car station, bringing people closer to the clothing factory, for example. Waste storage, maybe? Yeah. Sure, might as well. That might not work. Oh, it does. Good. Even got room for a big lantern if we want one. I gotta get used to mixing dirt footpaths and roads into gravel ones, because I think having everything be gravel just looks kinda odd. I really like the way the cableway station looks with the dirt footpath only, for example. And I don't think they can catch on fire, so it'll be fine. Big, unlimited power, yep. Four more deliveries for resources of the distillery. After that, the building will finish and we'll start producing right away. So we're all set up to work for the distillery. The food factory will need its own water supply closer because it got built a little bit too far away. Just a smidge. But with the extra water tank nearby, we will also see if everything is fine. And if it isn't fine, we'll build a local water supply and hook it up into the system. I could have planned for a water tower, but didn't think about that right now. We'll make that work later. The sewage doesn't need a rework. It'll all go through the sewage treatment plant. Although, maybe we'll also set up a dedicated sewage treatment plant for the industry, because it might clog up the city's sewage too much, because we could have a lot more people instead. So maybe we'll hook up a new sewage discharge for the food production in the distillery, if it becomes an issue. Oh yeah, yep, yep. A little bit of a delay, it's fine. Last materials are on their way, and the distillery can start working. Citizen goods train is already heading this way. Cargo train station for food and alk. It loads food and alcohol however much it can before heading to the customs house and filling up. So we don't really have to worry if we run out of production goods. It's still going to go to the border to pick up as needed. And we would still need meat production, fabric, electronic components, and chemicals, and crops. One more unloading. Fill the building up with workers. I mean the construction site. Might as well get it built up. Make sure the waste storage is ready. And then we'll build up the waste disposal as well. With the distribution office. Doesn't really get that many workers into the construction site right now. Why didn't you pay back the rest? We'll need to know whenever we run out of crops and food, but not alcohol. Technically also not food, but I would like to know. There's the distillery. It'll be able to work until it runs to full on waste. I'll produce one garbage truck and see if that's enough to run the waste in the area. We need a large cargo container. Single one should be enough for now. So you always unload 10% of alcohol back, which is going to be 11 tons, which is going to be enough. I need a lot of people here. As more construction sites finish up, they'll take a few of the workers away. And we'll funnel them more into the production sites. Last track finishing up, that'll allow trains to go to the city for maintenance. The grain train, because it doesn't really have a route through the city. I'll need the ability to turn in. I do have access to the repair station. Okay, I'll start building this even further back. This whole area is basically going to be a ghost town, and we'll just rely on our initial center. We'll start emptying out the heating plant. Then we can demolish the train track, unloading station. Can probably already do that. I don't want another crime wave though, so we'll just make sure it's supplied with coal until we don't need it anymore. No alcohol in the warehouse yet. Because you're loading all the alcohol. That's not good. That we need to stop. You will only load alcohol after you've waited until unloaded for all crops. You'll load all the alcohol, and then you unload 10%. So we export 90% of the alcohol at most, but yeah, stop loading alcohol. progress. While the food factory is being built, we can get the infrastructure up to our incineration location. And the waste storage will also be finished, giving us more capacity until we have the first incinerator and technical service up. If the city sends some vehicles here to pick up waste, that's fine. It can also drop it into the MegaCity 19 Central waste incineration, but this one we must be careful about. Don't want that one getting polluted by any metal scrap, because I don't want to do that whole stuff anymore here. Should all be clean waste. Getting quite fond of these minimalist setups. I'll have to set up more houses. Sending their workers to the cableway platform. I think we have enough workers now living here that anyone can walk to these facilities. It's a lot of students. Unable to study because not enough minimum loyalty. Down to 25%, sheesh. Alright, 35% is allowed. Get off the bus stops, go to the university. Alright, now we're getting some alcohol. Perfect. Most of the alcohol, when the train unloads, will go back into the warehouse because it has a larger storage capacity. Only 10% will go back to the distillery, and then the distillery will shove the resources into the warehouse anyway. When we get rid of the temporary construction sector, loading station for horse carriages, more housing will be built, more people will go onto the cableway platform, and more workers will make their way into the production area at that point. You're waiting because of the rail construction? No, because one train track here is still in place and you're blocking yourself, I think. There you go. Get rid of track 2. Hello Diane MLC, welcome. There are 2 of them. Who talks about power? 2 what? MLC? I think so. Either that or it's a capital I, because that's hard to read. So who would do that? No more alcohol import. That was sufficient alcohol for our domestic consumption, so you're not going to import any at the border. Tell because Nick, and I was busy, sorry. Nick with I. It's L because Nick. Oh, so okay, right. Alright then, I'll dynamic. That's gonna be even more confusing because then I want to say dynamic again. Alright, I guess I'll try to remember, but no promises. We don't do names here. Now that I've figured out that it does say dynamic, I don't know if I can revert that again. It's gonna be hard. Most carriage repairs look good. Seems like we caught up. I could set up another couple construction sectors here with horses. I could also set up the production of horses, but they're so cheap. What's the facility near a power plant? Food factory and distillery. As well as a clothing factory. We're going to relocate from the city into the industrial area over here. We'll leave a little bit of room for more cableway cars, maybe, arrival and going over to the western side. But yeah. Could also have a cableway going across the water and have something outside, like a farm maybe. I don't know. Because then the fire station at the farm could be supplied by a cableway with small cableway cars. Free alcohol, Belgian wheat beer, please. I think we're doing rye beer. I don't know if that's a thing. What is rye in German? It is probably very common. No, I don't think rye beer is, at least to me, not very common. But it exists. So I guess you can turn everything into alcohol. Just gotta distill it enough. But yeah, need more workers here. Cable car needs to deliver more workers more consistently. And we might need a second one from the residential area expanded, have another cableway station also delivering workers to this area. But for now, the single cableway station we have should be sufficient at delivering a bunch, if there are enough people living in the location, which currently there are not. Because there's barely people waiting here, so maybe we can make them go to the cableway platform instead of... Well, they already are with the other buildings setting, I guess. We're using all 33 passenger cabins? No, not yet. 20. 20 out of 33. So there's also still more capacity in that too. But as long as there's not too many people waiting here, we don't need more cableway cars as well. But we can still have 50%, over 50% more throughput. This will only dump mixed waste into the incinerator. There's no hazardous waste being produced here. It's a bit weird. Because we go here before we go to the customs house. Then we want to return here to pick up the clothing before we go into the city and then export the excess. I guess that's fine. It's only a minor detour. Twice. I guess I could bring with the other train the clothing to this warehouse and have an export storage for the clothing here too. We drop all the clothing in and then load the train full. But then I don't have enough capacity to move the clothing with that train, I don't think. Well, do I? No, I should have. I don't know. It'll make sense. It'll be fine. We'll figure out the path it should take. Sewage tank almost ready. Sewage pipe is ready, except for a switch. Whenever I see a building undergoing maintenance, I'm like, yep, let's check and see if everything's being maintained. It is not. People are too busy with other things, I guess. Especially since I set the maintenance buildings to also help with construction. Which I probably shouldn't do. Not too bad though, still fine. Bit of a population drop. Not sure what happened. Might have been a migration wave that got offed. Oh, we're having an issue that I don't know about yet. Could be either. Bridges, and I don't think we're going to use tunnels, but bridges are going to be used once there's a lot of throughput on an area. Right now everything is still very gentle. Even the trains are not causing any problems really. New curves? Yes, the curves are in place. We're just getting rid of the old train track now. I made the curve wider and smoother, so hopefully it doesn't look as Factorio-esque anymore, having the relatively sharp corners, having a much wider radius. You know, what if we dump all the resources? We already load 10% right back at the same loading task. To make sure that there's room in here still. 20% even. Yeah, sure. Dump it full, load 20%. Make sure you don't leave all the room occupied. And there should be space, if the train has capacity, that is. Which will slowly happen. Maybe for steel I need to make sure that happens at the steel mill. Okay, a little bit of steel capacity missing. Alright. Good. Food consumption is going to be a lot higher. Sorry, crop consumption is going to be a lot higher once we have the food production in place. Hello everyone, I see long choo-choos and I like them. Hello low motor. Yep. To look more RTX. Sure, yes. So this train also needs to do the same unloading of steel at the steel mill. Making sure we have a little bit of capacity. Wait, yes, load. So here it loads full and then it drops some steel back. So when it heads through the storage, it'll have capacity to pick up some steel and make sure there's room for the rail construction to dump steel into the external storage if it needs space. Because right now it's overfilled. After the clothing factory, I guess it would make sense to start working on the relocation of the construction sector. But then again, I really like having the construction materials within the city. Maybe it would be better to work on the construction of another residential area. I do want to have one down here though. maybe in range of the cableway station, or a plan for a second cableway station, like I said. More workers going to the power plant southeast area. Is there a space between power plant and when you write it in English? I don't remember. I think it is. Power station, power plant. Let's call it power station, that sounds cooler. And we will put a space in there. That's PSSE, Power Station Southeast. Focus on the water and sewage tank, as well as the water pipe, the switch for both, but not the ingoing water pipe yet until the sewage switch is done. We need to finish the water and sewage tank before the food factory comes online. Guess we can get rid of this. We removed as many train cars as we could. Don't think we'll have financial issues anymore, so we'll just not do this anymore, I don't think. At least not in this area. Maybe later. This piece first. Steel and boards. There we go. Oh, Sabanakis. Welcome. You know what? Let's call it Power Station Center Southeast, because who knows how large the city is gonna get. PSCSE. PSCSE. Power Station Center Southeast. Guessing you knew I was arriving if you see the SO notifications. What? What do you mean? No, you don't see exclamation mark SO notifications. We don't see those. Only slash shoutouts. I don't know who was giving me a shoutout. Was it? Let me check. Nope, I have no idea who it was. Alright. It's gonna be a secret. One of these vehicles repaired right now. The other one will be repaired a little bit later, so they don't get repaired at the same time. There's a thing you can have that will show it when you get shouted out on another channel. Yes, but not with the exclamation SO, just the slash shoutout command, which is Twitch integrated. That one I do see in the activity feed. But exclamation SO is a chat command, and you don't see that. I did on Balderoni's channel. Okay, use that one next time. It's not important if I see it. Just use exclamation SO or whatever the channel is using. It's fine. No food yet. 66 tons. Since we're waiting until unloaded, we better get cracking with the food supply here. Didn't even empty out the storage in the food distillery yet. What Chocobo mod? No. How's the city? 1943. Time flies. Yeah, time flies, but we're actually doing stuff now. The city is growing. The auxiliary settlement is shrinking. I have my eyes put on an extension of the residential area. I'm pushing closer towards the main road. I'm not sure if we're going to use a second large heating plant. Or what we're going to do. I haven't really planned for multiple unloading stations. I think we would have a distribution of coal from the warehouse. Or we would have to use conveyors, which... This is not planned for conveyors, let me tell you that. Quick check on something. Oh wow. Okay. What if we just carry the coal along the main road to another heating plant? I don't think we can get over the train track plus the road though. Yeah. Waiting area is not designed for that, to have a coal go across here. We'll have to somehow get to this location and then we could cross in this area. That could work. I mean, if I get rid of the waste storage, if I get rid of this transformer, and then we have a conveyor going diagonally, we would basically be in range of doing what we want. So we'd have to move the transformer here. There's 3 connections off of it, which we would have to relocate, I guess. This one, is that a permanent one? I think that's temporary, right? That's definitely temporary, because we'll get our power supply from the local area now, once it's built. Wait. I put a transformer down, didn't I? Yeah. This looks so weird. There. That would be the local power supply. So that wire is doesn't count. The other 2, it's the rightmost one going to our industry area, so the meat storage is basically connected to that. Wouldn't be critical to replace that. Like, it wouldn't affect anything critical at that point. This one goes down the center, going left here. Orphanage area. I mean, we can hook up new wires for that, I guess. It's not super dangerous to do that. Can get done pretty quickly. Mixed pollution, as I remember. What mixed pollution? What is this? This is construction waste. Right, I also don't have an incinerator for whatever waste yet. Or waste dump. With a train connection, which I guess we could also have in this area. Just road into a waste dump, and mixed waste of whatever gets dumped on there and exported. Okay. You don't mean meat going bad makes pollution, right? That would be weird, but I guess it could do. More housing. Worryingly close to our capacity limit on water. We do have a large water pipe here. This one's at 14 cubic meters. It can be at 25, I would say. No. 20. I need that extra water pump providing water to the area, I think. Well, we've already set it up, so wouldn't be too bad. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. I could have a dedicated train that waits until unloaded on fabric, loads whatever clothing there is, goes here, picks up alcohol, and drops it into the city storage, and then goes exporting. And you could only move once, while the space is mostly clear anyway. Sometimes there will be city trains going through here, moving food. Guess that train could do that too. We could have a train... Well, it would still have to go to the border to import fabric, I guess, with that plan. So we're gonna try and move the coal through here, is that it? I guess so. We can use footpaths, meaning this road here could also be replaced by a footpath, but we'll just have a maybe footpath go through here, and then conveyors, get rid of this waste storage, move it. Probably somewhere here. This transformer would have to move too. I don't know if we can get a conveyor across here. I think we can. Then it has to go forward again and either diagonally over the road or get rid of the switch and then have another heating plant in an area that wasn't really designed to have a heating plant. Yeah, the extension of the city. There would be no other industry though, just the heating plant. Or just a road going across the train track into the heating plant and a fire station right next to it. So if there's a fire, the fire trucks don't have to cross the train tracks. That might be a thing we're going to do. Might be a city project worth pursuing. We'll need water and sewage. We do have sewage connection It's very short here. Alternatively, we move the repair station. I would not move the train depot. The distribution office for goods would have to move too. And we just bring it across maybe we don't have to move the repair station, just the distribution office, and then bring the coal across. I only have that single storage for all heating plants then, but I can have more coal storages for each heating plant. So this one would run out first before the other ones run out, I guess. Could be a bit of a problem. But as long as we use priority and fill the heating plant first, I don't think there's much of a difference. I think that's going to be our extension. Heating plant for the next housing extension. We'll have to remove the waste storages. The sewage discharge can go. The distribution office will have to move somewhere up here on the outside. But yeah, I don't really want to carry coal by distribution office, I don't think. What is it called? Rework? Reconstruction? Reworking, I think. Reconstruction is when it gets repaired, apparently. We're trying to maybe redesign the area. Move a couple things around. At that point, this conveyor can also go away, because we can feed coal into this side while we bring the coal around. Opens up a little bit of space here for something. Maybe the new switch could be here, I guess, next to the power plant. I guess we could build that right now. Get the switch relocated, hook up the power lines to this side instead. YouTube doing things again? Sure. What waste storage is exclusive, or which buildings is exclusively connected to that waste storage? Repair station. Doesn't have a waste storage. That one is not connected. Just doesn't have a waste storage yet. We'll have to factor that in. Well, otherwise it seems to be fine the way it is right now. No, you only have one waste storage as well. Okay. Then you're gonna get a new waste storage, I guess. Afterwards, we'll remove that one. Yeah, I think there would be some complaints in the orphanages about lack of power and therefore being less efficient. I don't know if I care about that too much. Would make a couple criminals, I guess. And then we can also fit a small prison in here. That'll try and deal with the loyalty. With the new idea. 70 21-year-olds without their own flat. No one can move into the other settlement, so that is understandable. Too close. Unless... let's not do that. I mean, maybe we can move the conveyor engine a little bit forward to gain the extra range. To put it closer to the building. Yes, we can. Perfect. And we can just build all of these up with a footpath along the train tracks. Connection. I also need to worry about the other one. Not just one of them. Okay, we'll build that up. Make sure this doesn't get maintenance done. It's July, we got time. This will not take long to build because it's almost all steel and mechanical components, especially the conveyors. And it does have electricity from 3 sources, so it'll be fine. But yeah, put it on high priority. Get that done, please. You got 3 months, 4 months even. demolition isn't urgent. Just the building of the new one is urgent. I mean, we still need the demolition to be done so we can put the new switch in place, I guess. These two power connections. This one does not need to be migrated. There's another one here. What is this one? Oh, calling station. Right. That's kind of important. We can migrate that one to supply from the power station. We have our switch here, our transformer I mean. So the supply of that will come off of the new transformer. Okay, now we can get rid of that other power line. Once this has power, which will need the switch. Yeah, the demolition of this stuff, not as urgent. It's nice to get it done, but yeah, not that urgent. Just do other things first. Train track has been removed, so we can demolish the other one too. This will open up some more housing construction possibilities right next to the cableway station. We also need to find a location for the waste storage. Get rid of this one. It's so unfortunate. All because the road is too fat. My god, is the fence fat. I do not want anything next to the fence at all. Unless you build the fence last, I guess. Then it works fine. I wonder if we could get the waste storage here if I get rid of the footpath into the heat exchanger. That would probably work. Wouldn't cover the shopping center though. No one's picking up waste here yet. Need to finish the technical service and the incinerator. Is anyone going to, like, bring some workers here, maybe? Do I need a local construction sector? Why is no one bringing workers? I mean, all that's gonna happen is that we'll stop making alcohol, and the alcohol is gonna last a while anyway. Unless the train runs out of crops and doesn't export. Let's put a free technical service there so it can run. I'll have to carry the waste to the current incinerator, which is a little bit far away, but it'll do the trick. We got one waste truck produced, I think. We can handle that. Search radius 500 meters or so. Maybe a kilometer. Sure. And then bring the mixed waste only to this incinerator for now. Directly into it. We know it's clean waste. Footpath not connected to the road from the cableway. This one? Yeah, this footpath is not supposed to connect to the road. They don't need to walk in here. This is only a technical service and some waste storages, and the incinerator has a connection on that side. Once it gets built. Oh, they are sending technical service here, it's just way too slow. I see. Thought you can bring workers from cableway to construct. They can build, yeah. But we're not building the incinerator yet. After the groundwork, maybe we were going to use the workers for it. They need to finish the road first leading into the building and start with the groundwork. What's going on with you? Source of workers is empty. Right. I'm not sending any workers here anymore, huh? Need at least one building that sends workers to that platform, I guess. Otherwise demolition isn't gonna get done. Hello, Ofenklapper. Welcome. Probably gonna use different houses here. And maybe a little bit of a green space. This is gonna be very polluted. the center of 2 heating plants will probably coalesce in a pretty big pollution increase here. These houses are not going to be happy during winter, but that's fine. Last construction phase for the food factory. Then we'll have to see if we have enough crops here or not. Get a second train, extend the trains as much as needed. 2 450-meter long trains should hopefully be able to handle the import. And later on bringing in crops, maybe from our own farms. Well, as soon as they have workers, demolition is starting. Not unexpectedly. I would like to finish the conveyor. Guess we could cancel the demolition until the new one is up. We're not in a hurry after all. Don't need to rush this. Every building named Power Station Center. Yep. It's a bit long of a name. PSCSE. How about that? Gonna make it sound very official and scientific. There we go. Yeah, I think these distribution offices have to move. I'll put them on a dirt road here. Not permanent. These things will change. Well, maybe not. I mean, horse distribution offices are going to be used for a very long time. And I don't think this location is bad. I think this works quite well. That way we can get rid of both of these distribution offices, as we also get rid of the clothing factory, the sewage discharge, and then maybe the temporary fire station. All resources present for the clothing factory, just build it up. Can use local workers. Does the monument get removed? Thought I had a monument here. Maybe I didn't place it yet. I mean, I placed it once and then removed it again, I think. Now this is technically only a one-way connection because we're not loading back into the warehouse from that factory connection. I just like setting these connections so I remember what things are supposed to do if I get back to this area after 20 years in-game. Missing water. Now we can finish the water pipe. Guess we'll keep the food factory shut off until we have running water in the area, which means we need that water pipe to be done. Everything else is ready to go. Incinerator work, yep. technical service. And also the distribution office, I guess. But first the incinerator. We'll have to tell the city's technical services that they're not really supposed to work over in the industrial area, so we have to shrink their search radius down a bit. Yep, let me know when that water pipe is done. New conveyor is up, I think. Yep, it's working. So, just get this removed. And then later on we can build off of this into the area that we want to. After we relocate the transformer. Get a conveyor all the way up to this point, diagonal across the roads, past the current distribution office, which has to be demolished, into the new heating plant area down here. Heating plant, fire station, water and sewage and electricity, of course. Probably the location for the first proper electrical substation to be relocated to. Maybe it's going to be in the residential area, so there's going to be an overlap here. The residential areas only reach up to this point, and then the new electrical substation has to reach up to this location. This one's going to move away. Let me know when the incinerator is done too. Then we can reassign the technical service to dump it locally. And afterwards we'll have to wait until the distribution office is done to spread out the waste, the ash, into the storages. There's no need to transport ash to the border, it just disappears. If you put it in a waste dump, ash slowly goes away, yes. That's what we're doing here. The ash slowly goes away and we'll leave the metal scrap left over, which we then pick up and put it in a storage. Makes pollution? Yes, a tiny amount. Not that much. Hazardous waste also goes away slowly, but it makes a huge amount of pollution, as it does. Metal scrap and construction waste don't go away and don't create pollution. Only in these open dumps. If you put them in containers, it does not go away. Dump of rails, also, it'll go away, yeah. Just not in containers. The more there is in the storage, the more quickly it'll tick down. Spreading it out over a larger surface area with multiple storages increases the capacity too. A little bit of waste recycling. Waste separation, rather. Distillery is also sucking the water out here. Shouldn't really be doing that, but we'll have our water pipe soon. Distillery is connected to the other water substation, so it can continue producing even if the other one is empty. But the food factory would be pretty good to have. But yeah, crop consumption might then be a little bit higher. Train production design is probably our next tech, I would say. Making our own train engines and train cars. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. MegaCity disappears. We have to make it go away. It doesn't disappear on its own. I mean, it would, I guess, if I shut off the power. But it would take a decade or so before everything collapses. And every time it happens, I would get a jump scare, which I would not be a fan of. If you're loading 11 tons, how much are you loading back? 10%. That's 11 tons. We're gonna load a little bit more back, I guess. No, 11 tons is fine. It's exactly what the other train has. No, don't need to load more back. We're just filling up the other train. It's fine. Machine replacement incoming too. It's lagging behind a little bit with the mixed waste. Could increase the amount of workers again. Guess we can also get rid of the sewage discharge. And move the horse feeder, I think. Maybe down here somewhere. Groundwork's done. Please finish this tiny piece of footpath so people can walk onto the construction site and help build it up. Means we wouldn't need to bring extra workers to it. Guess the excavator is going to move to the technical service. Or maybe not. Refueling first, makes sense. We're looking in the warehouse now. Everything's set as warning, even electronic components. Set that up too. All warehouses have a warning message set now. There will be no clothing exports off of this warehouse anymore. We will deliver clothing here. 50 tons is probably excessive. We'll have to reduce that amount. Means more storage for food, I guess. And then the fabric also, half of that. Because the majority of the fabric will go to the clothing factory. We could run a clothing factory inside the city, if we ever have too many workers, which I don't think we will. Or we can also set up another clothing factory somewhere here and run it off of supplies from the warehouse directly with a truck. So another clothing factory could be on this side of the road once we relocate the train tracks, which hasn't happened yet. I also just realized I blocked myself in with the train tracks here, which I wanted to use as a temporary way to get out of this location. Just have to do that with a footpath, I guess, with the footpath removed. Or just do it during... I mean, we're fine, we can even run without coal. We're connected to the customs house after all. Yeah, we'll get rid of this and just lay the train track around the back the way it was supposed to be. And on this road we can hook up the sewage discharge with a road of its own. And probably some construction vehicles. Construction material storage could also come off the same train line that the coal train is moving into. Power plant doesn't need that much coal. I mean right now. Once we have two running, its throughput is going to increase. And then maybe the coal is going to go across with several heating plants lining the western side of the steel mill. So we only have one unloading station for the coal going into the storages of the heating plants down the line. That way we could make this work with only a single unloading station. And I don't have to run the coal trains through the passenger track around the outside of the city. I would have to run conveyors, but the conveyors on the inside would be way less of a space concern than laying train tracks and a coal storage in the middle of the city, I guess. Might need multiple ash storages. Once this one is done, we can get rid of the other waste storage in preparation for laying the conveyor. Which hopefully doesn't have an issue here, it's just the footpath that I placed. I'll have to move a bit. Come on, finish the water pipe. Then we can make the food factory start working. Maybe worry about getting another train. Yeah, you're already transporting all the fabric. Guess that's fine. Chemicals are running out. Is it because of the storage? Or are we just consuming more chemicals now? Might have to add another train car for chemicals for the train. I don't want chemicals to run out. Is the economy safe? The economy is doing really well right now, yeah. No problems with that at the moment. Load train cars or anything at the border. Give me a couple covered hull wagons. Essen wagons? No, castle wagons. I might need a train depot just for vehicle storage. Current one is running a little bit busy. Or maybe just a train depot to actually store the trains in. Well, the trains should be stored in the current train depot because that's where the repairs are happening. Yeah, money-wise we're doing really well. I did spend a lot of money this month on buying vehicles, so that's one thing, but otherwise we would be in the green. No concern whatsoever. Loan capacity is increasing rapidly, while our amount of loans owed is staying at around 12 to 14 million rubles, which is fine. Last construction phase. 5 deliveries. That's steel delivery. Horse crane, flatbed. I could be setting up a free construction office here, picking up workers from the bus platform and forcing a couple to go to the bus platform. A couple workers, that is. I could have sold the black horses, I guess, but that's fine. These three are going to do construction locally. I'm going to assign the bus platform to take a couple workers every now and then. At some point I'll have to start filling the storages for vehicles, but since our usage of trucks is still very low, I don't think I need to worry about that just yet. Plus it's been less than 10 years since we started using them. Our oldest truck. Waste truck. Oh, are you already 15 years old? Wow, okay. 15 years. Never mind, it has been a while. Maybe make a couple of them as replacement vehicles in the next 15 years, so they're ready to go. Yeah, the chemical storage isn't really filling up. Either that, or we haven't had the warehouse full yet, but I think it's the chemical storage. So you're just shifting resources around and then you're loading them again from the other warehouses too. Except fabric, clothing. Yeah, we'll have to make you load from those storages again, I guess. Later on, because the clothing is going to be delivered to the train station. And the horse carriages only pick up from the non-train station warehouses. Train station only gets served by the trucks with higher volume. It looks like the pipe looks a little bit like a guardrail now that I look at it. I wonder if I could use that in the future for cosmetics, just putting a pipe along a highway and make it look like as if it has a guardrail. Okay, just a couple workers. Technical service finishing up. Then the truck's going to be relocated. Two deliveries for the incinerator. We have enough workers locally to build it up quickly. And then after one of the waste storages is up and we have our distribution office, we can get rid of the incinerated waste and drop it onto the waste dumps. I guess I could drop another small waste storage here, maybe even two. Can we somehow connect this? I need to get as close up to that building as possible. Maybe if I build the other connection first. Maybe this will work. Still too sharp. Make it go a little bit to the left then. It's too far. Not happy with any of this, I guess. No, we need the snapping point in the middle. Pipe is up. Food factory can start working. Got our drinking water. We're still moving waste, that's fine. No more assignments right now. Now we just wait on the incinerator. Can I place this again? Should be able to. Incinerator's done. Not everything, just mixed waste. Wait, so our incinerator is full. Yeah, that makes sense. Was undergoing machine replacement, and it probably should have a higher priority because otherwise we're gonna have an issue in the city again. So it is doing its thing. Okay, just needs a couple more workers, I guess. Okay, next up, let me know when the distribution office is done, I guess. And about this connection, I'm not sure we can make this work. Maybe if I place it like this, because then we should have a snapping point on the line. I think. Not quite. What if it says... I don't know why I'm trying to force another storage here. Can probably just put them side by side too. And be just as happy. Would have looked a little bit nicer, I guess, the other way around. But this will work too. Oh wait, no. There's room back here too. I want to use that one because I like just, I don't know. I think this will look nice. Just put a storage here. Then we'll have a road connect this and maybe put one more storage on this side. Not as efficient. A little bit extra delivery location, but it'll make it look more used, I guess. There. I like that one. Food factory is now working. Not too slowly, but we need, what was it, 50, 60 tons? 66 tons. Can you produce 66 tons before the train runs out? Maybe not on the first trip. We'll probably have to bring more workers in first. But this will reduce our food imports for now. And as we drop more workers in the area, it'll completely negate the food import and turn it all towards crops. We can also shut off the clothing factories soon. That means all of those workers will look for a new workplace, which might be the vehicle factory, or it might be the cableway station, I guess. Demolition is done. I guess I will need a road here. If I build it sideways, might not be able to get a footpath through. that would be the safest way to set it up. How about it? Footpath? Okay, sure. Not sure if that's going to impede the high voltage wire though. Or get impeded by the high voltage wire. That's what I was worried about. I don't really need that footpath connection because we can just access it from this side. So this will still happen, I think. But I'll build it a little bit further recessed into this niche of it. Rather than trying to make sure it has room behind it for some other things. We'll just bring it back. Line it up with... I don't know. There's nothing really to line it up with. Okay, let's build this. And then maybe after winter we can rework the power lines. I don't know if the one going to the coaling station has already been built. Seems good. So if I tear down this one now, we still have electricity here. Because the voltage still says 22 kilovolts. Means one of the power line connections is now gone. The other two were... one was orphanage. This one was a temporary connection, which can also go away once the other power line is in place, which needs 5 workers. Okay, we need to make sure the horse waste carriage does not go here anymore. Reduce their research range from the technical services that they're getting dispatched from to maybe 2.5 kilometers. Or 2 kilometers is good too. That seems fair. Good. We really only want this truck moving back and forth and dealing with the waste. Maybe 2 trucks. Shouldn't require that many. I guess I don't have any horse feed in the area. There's a bolt heading here now too. Probably need a second vehicle when it undergoes maintenance, but the storage is so large it will probably empty it out mostly before it becomes an issue. Incinerate on the city is working again. Full workforce now, just to be safe. Okay, that leaves this power connection, not important, that one we're working on. These 2 power connections, one is the area over here. I could set up a temporary power line, I guess, while we're reworking things. Oh, well, we can... I do want to hook it up to the existing power, so it would just be a power line connection here. I think the fuel tank only has a single power source, so fuel distribution would cease at that point while we're reworking the power line. Just meaning that no new fuel is getting to the gas stations at that time, but there's so much fuel around, I don't think we have to worry about that either. Yeah, it's just gonna be a minor reworking of the power line. I'm gonna disconnect the power from that area, which will mean that some meat is going to rot away. Well, I'll just build a temporary power line. I guess I could do that and not have any problems at all. Just do this whole thing. Just gonna be super quick to tear down once we don't need it anymore. And it could, in theory, hook up to one of the power plants. That'll allow us to change the connection. Same thing for the power of the orphanages, I guess. Maybe do that one. Then we can relocate the power connections hassle-free and don't have to worry about interrupting any services or anything like that. We'll build these 2. And then rework the power connections in the city. They are very small power connections, But the draw of power on these substations should not be that high. The small power line should be easily able to handle those. Almost ready with a full food pickup. Not quite 66 tons, but close. Maybe next time. Maybe once we have a couple more workers here. Maybe once we don't send them to the bus stop anymore. Yep, let me know when the distribution office is done. Then I'll need one waste truck for that too. Guess we'll make a couple. Because I think I'll need a second one in the technical service just to also deal with the clothing factory later on. Especially once we quadruple the workforce to the area. First distribution office is ready for horses. Many you can be relocated. Before I build the new horse feeder, I want to make sure everything is working fine with the coal conveyor. No more Dixies? No, the Dixies are still in there. Dixies are still in there. I'm just gonna leave the waste wagon in because I want to produce at least one more after that, I think. I'll remove it afterwards. Can you make car in shape of horse? A Mustang? Or a Ferrari? I don't think so. Not without mods. Okay, here comes the point where we might need that other train soon. Carry capacity of 176 tons. The internal storages are 136 tons. They're close to empty. As more workers will appear, the need for another train will rise quickly. I don't need it just yet, but soon. We'll remove the Russell on the second production. I think I currently only need 2 more vehicles at the moment. That large amount of waste is incinerating very cleanly into a tiny amount of waste. It's very nice. Maybe a single truck would be enough for now. Excuse me. But yeah, in case there's maintenance or something else happens, I think having 2 in the area might not be a bad idea. And horses could have probably also dealt with that. But for the industrial areas and the high importance areas, inside the city center, I think trucks are king. It's March. I would like this to be a gravel footpath, but I can't do that right now because we still need to move some things before I figure out where the path is going to go. Are you able to carry the workers there fast enough? 2 hours. Oh my god, are we too slow to bring the workers to the demolition site of the switch? I mean, I can just let it collapse and then carry the waste away. I don't mind, I guess. But I really thought you were better than this. Really thought you could handle this. Explosives would be an idea. I don't know if I cared that much. Put it on demolition and pause it, and then at some point we'll take care of it. Doesn't matter right now. But yeah, I guess explosives would help for that too. Bring some explosives there by horse carriage. All the way from the border. I haven't heard the building explosion sound in a while. I don't even know if they added one sound. I think the demolitions were silent last time I used them. Oh yeah, that is probably something that an excavator should do. And the excavator could also do the demolition now that I think about it. That's what it would be useful for. Then we don't have to worry about the switch. The excavator will do it. Go do demolition for now. No explosives needed. Excavator can also handle the demolition of the distribution office here. Other distribution office is also done. Clothing factory, and then place the heating plant down, Hopefully it doesn't kill too many people as we then put down housing along the cableway car up to the road with another cableway car going just a very short distance into the industrial area here. We'll probably need a shopping center in the center. And a bunch of grocers. Sewage discharge first, I guess? Okay. Maybe storing a couple explosives in the city wouldn't be bad. Then if we need to get something demolished quickly, we can make use of that. Maybe I should store some explosives. I don't know if I should store 56 tons of explosives, but they could be brought in by the train from the customs house. How are the chemicals? Chemicals are looking okay now. It's just the extra waiting time for food that's reducing our chemical imports, I guess. But as the city grows and population goes up, we should be fine. But I did bring extra train cars in, so might as well get a use of them, out of them. Just make a storage train for a bunch of different train cars here. Nice and accessible. Yeah, do that one next. One more work day because didn't quite get it done. I mean, I guess we can already test and see if the conveyors here would work. Somehow. It would come across diagonally. Hopefully. I don't want to relocate the other switch. Maybe we have to go up first and then to the right. That would work. And also diagonally. Okay, sure. Then we have our diagonal connection. Power line has been built. And up here too. Got our temporary power connections. So we can detach these power lines now. Up to about here. I'll have to come around and hook up to these two connections, I think. What is... Oh no, this one goes to the other transformer. I thought this one was stuck in the middle of nowhere. Here will do. Now if I let it run a little bit and check the power. We're good. Get that demolished and we'll hook it up to the new transformer. That means that this one is almost obsolete. Just gotta make sure the power connection at this area is done yet. Not yet. I mean, right now the power plant is running, but do connect it, please. I want to make sure everything is hooked up. It's already been 3 hours, what? Oh my god. And hopefully this diagonal connection will work too. That's a couple waste trucks, thank you, I guess. We'll use one extra inside the technical service, which is currently not busy. And the other ones are fine. One of them will go to the distribution office, and I don't think we will need more than one. One worker in here is fine. Don't need to overdo the amount of workers in that building. Let's check maintenance again. Yep, everything is fine. Small garbage stand not being maintained, but other buildings are, so seems okay. Auxiliary settlement, more stuff to tear down, I think. House is emptying out. Which means the hospital will also be obsolete soon. We can all go to the other side. All the ambulances, no idea what to do with them yet. Maybe we just sell them. Don't think that's gonna be expensive or anything. 2,200 times 6, that's fine. Yeah, we'll just sell the horse carriages and don't worry about less than 20,000 rubles. Alright, that one is almost completely emptied. Where's the end station and the road leading to it, and the train tracks leading into the end station. I don't think any train is running this way right now. All of this track could be removed, I believe. Oh no, there's the construction material train. No, we got rid of that one. Yeah, there should be no train running this way. Horses, steeps, cowboys, railways, dynamite, treasures. I don't know about treasures, but the rest, yes. Although, maybe I'm thinking of a different word. Let me look up what steeps means. Ah, okay. Well, we don't have any steeps here, I guess. Cliffs, basically. Fields. Steeps means cliff, so a very sharp wall, very straight down wall, I think. Fields, I guess we have fields, but we haven't built them yet. We just got open plains. Wide open plains. Let's see when the excavator gets to those. Shouldn't take too long. Main ward was dynamite, true. But yeah, instead of dynamite, we're using an excavator. Let me get a couple workers to those construction sites, I guess. Because they're ready to be built up, and they just need workers, and I guess we don't need horse carriages for everything. And as soon as the distribution office for the ash disposal is up, when we got some storages for them up, we can put it to work. Oh, steps. Right, yes. That works. doing now? Refueling? Distribution office, okay. Sure. Two power lines hooking up into the old connections. And yeah, then we have a new transformer, I guess. Is the other connection done now? Yes. Alright. Now all power lines are accounted for, and this building can also go away. Put this on low priority. Stop sending horse carriages here that don't make it. Just do something else. Let the excavator handle that one at some point. It's fine. Started on the clothing factory. Since we're pretty close to finishing that up, I guess we'll stop delivering resources to you. So you will wait until unloaded for fabric. Deliver the clothing and then go into a depot. Okay, chemical. Oh right, I wanted to attach some train cars to our train. I didn't forget that. You are incorrect. So 15 and 16, make sure chemicals are safe. And other than that, I don't think anything else matters right now. We just have a spare train car here once we need it. Now we just need to flip on the resource that we want and it'll be fine. Maybe I should have one more excavator, one for demolition and one for construction. But demolition is not that frequent, although I guess reworking is kind of like what I enjoy doing. Let's throw in one excavator. We'll get a second excavator. Only one more. Then I can have one on construction sites and one doing demolition work permanently. Alright. Reworking is joy. I like it. I like rebuilding and redoing things. I've got to change a path through here to get a conveyor belt to move. What am I doing even? This doesn't even need to happen, we're going straight through. Because we're getting rid of this building, the conveyor is supposed to head into the heating plant area directly. We don't need the conveyor on this side. Only this diagonal matters. Looks like the footpath here is done. Once this is complete, then we can get rid of this waste storage. Hello, Jimmy. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How was your Workers and Resources stream? Hope you had fun. Welcome, raiders. I'm the Sprite Shirt. We're also doing Workers and Resources, playing our MegaCity 19 run, where we're trying to build a city that is somewhat permanently stuck in the 19th century. Residential areas right next to pollution centers. Old vehicles, mostly horse carriages. And only a single city should remain. There can only be one. We're currently trying to clear a path to put a coal conveyor through our city to hook up the next heating plant. So I'm getting rid of a bunch of buildings. A transformer, a distribution office. And make sure we can get a conveyor through here. Went all good, to be honest. Seems like I won't have to restart. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Now we just have to wait what other challenges await. I'm looking forward to it, because at some point something else is going to rear its ugly head. Death spirals are very common in this game. But if the financial situation is stable, at least you have ways to tackle it. I really don't want to have... Wait. I don't have any highly educated... No, I do have highly educated. They're all sending to the bus platform. That's incorrect. You go to the bus platform. The highly educated need to run the hospital. Good to know what's happening at this stream. And I'm trying to tie some loose ends, like sorting out prison and courts. That'll help, yeah. Otherwise, criminality is very hard to get rid of. Once it becomes entrenched. Yep, we're doing chemicals. Did I have direct routes going here? I don't think I did. That's the train, and that's the depots for the fabric, I guess. You weren't able to unload all the clothing. Unload clothing in the clothing warehouse, please. We're not doing export here anymore soon. We'll have our own train station for the clothing export. But yeah, currently setting up a power plant, food factory, distillery and clothing factory area, all running off of a cableway station. Probably the second cableway station coming in from our housing extension that we're planning in the location where our current clothing factory is in. Plus we got some old buildings that are producing us asphalt and concrete that also need to move. Not sure where to put those yet. Not here. One of the power lines got removed, I think. Just gotta wait for the other one. Moved it in a weird way. No, it's not removed yet, I don't think. No, it's still there. Almost though. Need another train, another engine. I guess might as well get one right now. Get the second crop train prepared. $1.7 million, sure. Today I watched 121 year with 18% crime. I think it's maximum in my game. After 6 years, he still didn't do any crime. Yeah. People with 0% criminality also can commit crime. It's just their increased chance, I guess, as far as I know. But yeah, if they do crime, if they commit crime and they don't get punished, then that number will go up. If they escape from prison, that number will go up. And yeah, I think also if they're a victim of crime, they might also become criminal. Potentially. Want to take a short break? I need something to drink. I'll be back in a couple, like 2 minutes or so. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. You know what, auxiliary settlement? I don't care. Don't care. Speaking about crime, yep. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you transporting it back? You're not supposed to do that. Good station. Don't unload clothing here. Get it out of there. Don't carry it in a loop. Get it in this storage and get it out of here. We still need to get the clothing from the clothing factory. Don't unload fabric, just pick up clothing. Maybe a single truck that waits until loaded for clothing now will do. Should get the clothing factory set up before we run out. There's a lot of clothing. Our consumption in citizens' facilities is 27 tons of clothing for a year. And that includes the other settlement too. Is that a cableway spot there in this economy? I mean, yeah, it only runs on electricity. It's beautiful. Hello, Burns. It's so nice. Make sure our power plant is well supplied with workers too. Let me make this number a little bit smaller. This is the first building, but it's not gonna have a huge sign on it anymore, but it's still there. Focus on the removal of these cables, please. Is that one done? Don't think it is. Nope. Get the waste from these cables. And the power transformer. This distribution office is not as high priority. The other one can stay at medium priority. We need that pass through after all. Quite the reach with our existing power plants, so there will be a bunch of overlap. Meaning we can build some housing in this direction, which will then provide workers for the fire station and the new heating plant before it goes online. Yeah, should be okay. Let's make sure we don't build another excavator. Yeah, okay. So one excavator for construction, one for demolition. Don't tell me about cases running out. It's fine. It's fine. This settlement is being demolished. It's fine. Let's get rid of the technical university. We will have to build one in the new settlement to research train production. That's fine. Can't really remove the train station until we've demolished everything on the other side of it, because they use that as the local bus platform. But I can remove the other train tracks already, leading to the train platform. Nope, that one. I don't think we need those. I've already said that. I think all of this can go away. Leave that one, I guess. We'll wait with that one, otherwise we're gonna have a unconnected piece. Give me the rail construction office so we can assign the demolition tasks, please. We need the access into the area for the rail construction office so it can get to the other train tracks later on to demolish them too. Especially all the way to the customs house. I guess we could get an access point on this side into the area so we can demolish off of this location, but I think it'll be fine. Fought the fence, it doesn't look right. You're fine. Oh right, you're still running on... if we run out of money, this settlement is still running out of electricity, of course. I did not take that into account, I guess. I mean, it just helps us reduce the population a little bit faster here, I guess. No more supplies here. Let this one run empty. And then heating plant, I guess. And then empty out the storage, get rid of all of this. The coal train does not have to go here anymore. Stop 4 is obsolete. You can wait at stop 3. Coaling station. Don't need to go to the coaling station anymore. You go there automatically if you need to. That means this train track is also obsolete. Slowly and gracefully trying to get rid of that settlement. Not done yet. Almost done with the distribution office. The incinerator isn't even half filled. New waste storage is up. Get rid of that one, including the footpath. Once the storage is gone and the transformer, and I guess the road from the transformer too, we can think about the conveyor leading through here, and the distribution office. What are you distributing? Coal to the rail construction office, yeah. I've not hooked up that rail construction office to coal delivery. Distribution office for ash disposal is done. Let's get a waste truck. Pick up from the incinerator if there's more than 20%, and then dump it into all of these waste storages. No pickup needed because this should all be clean ash. Unless some other waste is making its way in here and it's gonna get polluted, but for now it should be fine. Let me know when the clothing factory is done. Maybe the warehouse is going to finish before that. Is that removed? No, not yet. Still not removed. Almost. 2 pickups, both wires. And then we can build it. Going up to the new destination. Good work. Short section of road to be removed. High voltage wire. So, second train. You're gonna pick up 2, 4, 6, 8. I guess there's another train car. No, I moved 2. We need some more train cars. How many train cars do I have on the train? I think 10. For the crop import, 10 train cars. So you're gonna move to the border and get some more train cars ready. Train cars, 12 each. 12 on the new train and 2 to the other train gives them 12 train cars. We'll leave the 4 extra inside the in the depot in case we need them for something else. But for now, 2 trains with 10 train cars importing crops. Not that one. This one. That would be our new wires. After which we could get rid of the temporary ones. Going to the new transformer, which has electricity. Closing factory takes a while to build, but the relocation will be useful. Also means a little bit less pollution until the next heating plant comes online, I guess. It was an expensive 2 months. Should probably not run with that little amount of money right now. What do I see here? Why? Do we need more waste carriages? Can get the assignments from the other technical service, and the rest is fine. High voltage switch has been demolished. Just the waste needs to be picked up. music's out. That is the last removal from the temporary construction office sector. Then this can go away. The free demolition office can be moved back into the settlement. I guess we could already do that. Somewhere in the area where we have our waste disposal. Not that it matters too much where they are. Just slows down the initial transportation, I guess. But afterwards they work just as well. Okay, let's make the other crop train. Nope, not yet. There is still a train car at the border. There's 3 train cars at the border, I think. Go pick those up too. Then we'll make a train. Just in preparation and anticipation for when these factories run with more throughput. It shouldn't be that long. Why are we struggling for money right now? Is it the chemicals? It is the chemicals. Extra train car for chemical import. Well, we cramped the storage full now, so the extra cost should stop. Was quite expensive. Having an asphalt and concrete plant in the city wouldn't be bad for the construction work, I guess. I mean, we could try and move an improved setup somewhere up close to our rail construction office. A single train importing bitumen, cement and gravel, waiting until unloaded for gravel. Could do the trick. Then we could get rid of all of this in preparation for the settlement extension. The free fire station would then be quote-unquote obsolete. I don't know if my settlement relied on that free fire station. It could be. I don't see a fire station in this area. I think I've kind of built it with that in mind. Wouldn't be too bad to have a fire station on the T-junction, but I would like to have it, well, at that point, face into the T-junction. So if we set up a temporary cement and bitumen drop-off point for a temporary concrete and asphalt plant, close to our other construction materials, then we could run the pickup point from here too. Maybe we can incorporate that into the rail construction, the train construction manufacturing. having an asphalt and cement concrete plant here. It would need to be in walking distance of some houses though. And the further out I build, the further away I get from that possibility. We wanted to have housing on the inside of this road as well. And those two extra facilities could increase the pollution in the area. But they would be probably a marginal impact compared to what the other facilities are producing. The steel mill is only running at 10%. For domestic demand, not for export really. We're exporting vehicles. Those chemical imports are brutal. If I were to do this again, I would probably agree to letting the settlement collapse, but I didn't want to do it this run. Having a ruin of a bunch of demolished houses could look kinda cool. Maybe a challenge run where we're not allowed to do building maintenance and we just have to, I don't know, stay alive for as long as possible. That would be horrendous though. I don't need a named line for this yet. Four extra train cars. Importing... Wait, why are you importing grain? Oh, the warehouse is called grain. I forgot about that it was called grain, sure. Right, second train can run. Go to the border, get some crops, and then you can tag team with the other train, I guess. To make sure the area stays well supplied on crops. And as demand increases, we'll just increase the length of the trains. Up to 450 meter long should be possible. Import of food last year was 858 tons consistently for most of the year. This year it's down to 186 tons. And with a little bit more workers inside the food factory, we can reduce that down to 0. Food plus crops is about 2 million. Food plus crops is about 4.6 million. 4.7 even. So yeah, importing crops instead of food is gonna save us a bunch of money because we don't have to pay for the water, I guess, in the food. Missing fabric, shut down the clothing factory. We'll do one more export, well, delivery to the warehouse, and then we can also go back into storage. And that gets rid of the clothing factory. Prioritize the warehouse, send some resources to the factory connection, and let me know when the warehouse is done, I guess, because the clothing factory will just start working from workers walking into the building. But the warehouse I need to set up with resource deliveries by the goods train that brings resources into the city. Okay, almost done. We need to prioritize this footpath, so someone sends a waste truck here and gets rid of that tiny piece of gravel. Also, this road. Yeah, I guess if I had a road cargo station, they would load a lot faster. It would also move the pickup vehicles away from the building, meaning that a fire truck could get to it a lot faster. So we'll probably build a road cargo station then. Maybe a temporary one, just to get the vehicles out of the way. Do I care about the throughput? Some of these were traffic optimized. These ones were not, as far as I know. But these ones I think were internally traffic optimized. Maybe not this one, but I think this one is. Guess we'll find out. Build that up. We'll reassign the construction officers to pick up from this location, except the maintenance vehicles, they can still pick up from the main storage. Just the horse carriages need to pick up from a different building, so they don't block the road as much. And even if the road cargo station isn't traffic optimized, at least we'll have a little bit more fire safety inside that material storage. The warehouse is high priority. Let me know when that waste storage is gone. I think I would like this to be a gravel footpath, just so they can get through the conveyor engine faster in case it is on fire. Dirt footpath in the rain or in winter might be a bit slow. We would upgrade it after winter. If something were to happen right now, we can just pick up the coal and move it into the heating plant. What are you doing? You're moving. I guess it takes a while to get here. $244 21-year-olds without their own flat. Yep. I'm sure we're gonna be much lower once winter is over. What area is the train heading to? Oh, it might be returning because it demolished the train track into the aggregate unloading station. So next year we'll have to tear down the last houses, hospital, kindergarten, and shopping center, because the heating plant. I mean, it might still have enough coal for next year and then the year afterwards, but we don't want to have a death wave because of just people dying freezing. That wouldn't be good for our crime statistic. Who's picking up the metal scrap? Am I dropping that into the correct waste storage these days, or am I still dropping it in here? I hope I moved that one. Nope, still going in the free dump. Has to go in here. No need to put it in the free dump if you can put it into the correct building directly. Almost done already. All the horse construction offices will be moved to that pickup site, and we could have more afterwards. I think it's traffic optimized. I think it has 2 pickup points and a loop around, which will make this quite quick for resource pickups. Especially with the horse carriages, where there's a lot of vehicles not carrying a lot of resources. Definitely don't need that much fabric anymore. More room for clothing, for food. Half capacity for fabric and clothing, only 25 and 35 tons each. I'm not gonna put it any lower, otherwise it's gonna scream at me when it runs too low, but train will always deliver here. We still have our pickup point for crops. Could maybe increase that, but 80 tons sounds fine. It's basically the fuel supply for our horse carriages. Maybe on the next route we can already drop off fabric into the new clothing factory warehouse. Warehouse, clothing factory in the area of the power station's center southeast. The center being this peninsula. Well, I don't know if it's called a peninsula when it's surrounded by a river, but that's what I mean. This Landtung. Is that an English word? Landtung? It's a German word for sure. Let me look that up. I want to know what the English word for that is. Headland is the English word, apparently. Spit of land, hook, promontory, but not land tongue. With the auxiliary settlement being removed bit by bit, maybe we can stay stabilized on our population count. Now up to 5,600, down to 1,400 in the auxiliary settlement. Should be able to double our population count if we get about this setup again with another heating plant. I don't know if we need more orphanages then, because these ones are very, very busy already. And the orphanages don't have that many workers nearby either, which is a bit unfortunate. I mean, we can force people to work in the buildings, I guess. Work in the orphanages. And if they are full, you can work elsewhere. Go to a bus stop. Try and keep the orphanages like nice and high on the worker count, because more children saved means more population growth, which is good for us. Keeps the population high during and after winter, when the pollution hits us the worst. Warehouse is almost done. Get more construction workers from the cableway to help build that up. And then they can focus on the clothing factory. One more triple of steel deliveries, or double. Double might be enough. And then we have our pickup point for construction materials at the rail construction office as well. Yep, next train delivery will go into this warehouse. We weren't importing clothing anyway. After the visit to the settlement, it'll go here. That'll bring the... Well, if we wanted to export clothing, I guess that's the problem. Which we do want to do. Excess clothing needs to be exported. We'll have to go here twice. Thank you. So, one's coming in from the customs house. After loaded at the customs house, you have to go into the warehouse. Or do we just do it Is it just enough to do it here? Unload fabric, pick up clothing, and then we unload whatever, which includes clothing, and then we unload clothing at the customs house. Yeah, I guess we have to go in here before we visit the settlement for clothing, and then after the settlement we go pick up food and alcohol before we go to the customs house. Makes sense. We'll do that visit right now. So the clothing factory will have some fabric once it goes online. Fabric and clothing. Now we could pick up food and alcohol, but we just came from the customs house, and if we didn't have food and alcohol before going to the customs house, then we definitely loaded full of food and alcohol. So picking up food and alcohol right now doesn't make sense. At some point we could replace this with a slow shunting locomotive that just goes picks up the resources, clothing, food, alcohol, and brings it to the city. And then faster trains go into this area to resupply them with resources. Well, that would be something to do if we need to worry about our throughput, which currently is not the case yet with our trains. Relatively small population count allows us to be a little bit more lenient with the supplies. Okay. So we have our conveyor heading through here up to a point where there's currently a road in the way. And then it would have to go diagonally across once. This diagonal matters. This one we have to do. What other infrastructure's in the way here? Oh, the demolition. We're still waiting on that one. Right. That's fine. Somewhere here, thereabouts. We have to get a connection through. And hopefully that'll work. If not, 2 conveyors are probably going to be able to do it. Oh, yeah. Let's try this. Oh yeah, okay, we'll be fine. No problem. Get our coal delivery through here. New pickup location is ready to go. Unassigned steel, bricks, and boards. So you'll be picking those up from here now. For all of you. Not the maintenance officers though. Speaking of maintenance, quick check of our buildings wear and tear. Everything is below 40% again, so it's all good. I feel a lot safer if this isn't overloaded with too much traffic. And the fire truck can hopefully move in, at the most getting blocked by 2 or 3 vehicles that would leave the area as soon as they realize that it's on fire. Definitely needs to be moved back a little bit more. Clothing import I will not turn on the border. We should definitely be able to make that work. And if there's a lack of clothing, then we'll just have to deal with the shortage when it throws a warning messages at us once we start filling this this warehouse up. Still got 13 tons, which is more than half a year's worth of supply, and that should be enough to get this clothing factory built. I believe it'll be done this year. I think the high voltage wire is gone. It is indeed. Sometimes it still works with the connection because the legs line up perfectly, but not in this case. I have to move this further left. Just a little footpath into the area that doesn't do anything for cosmetic purposes. Right. I think you should be... Oh, you're fine. You can hook up here. Get these conveyors in. Then the next one would have to go... Probably if the one being next to the heating plant. If it can make that far, and this road doesn't get in the way. One more pickup from this distribution office, and then I guess we'll know. We can scoot this over to the right a little bit if it becomes an issue, but I think it'll be fine. If it doesn't get out of range, I guess, if it's not too far. And the heating plant will be another storage, side loading the... Why am I... No, that's fine. It'll be a storage, we will side load into the storage. Oh, wait. I guess this is our initial storage. Yeah, we will feed into the storage, and then the storage will side load into the heating plant and continue the route of maybe providing coal alongside here. If we want more heating plants on the western side and southern side of the settlement, because of course we do, we want more population. Waste got picked up. We can now try for the conveyor. Got decent range. I don't know if we could put the storage here. Maybe. Might be possible. Connection is too low down. Not possible. That's fine. Just another conveyor engine. We can use a bridge if we want to. And then there would be the possibility to go south off of the bridge into another area. Don't need to chain every heating plant really. But this one would be... the first one I guess is chained. If that throws a warning message, we're gonna be under stress. Can I rework this? I guess only if I change this to a conveyor that splits and then get the coal around the heating plant while this being its own thing. That would be the safest way, so each heating plant doesn't... like, we don't use the other heating plants to pull from the storage. I might have to do that. At least these towers are good the way they are. They can get built, but this connection I'm not sure yet. I might have to change this yet again. Not pulling from the storage, but trying to get a connection to the unloading platform. I guess we could pull from the storage here. So we only have this heating plant connected on one side, and then we pull off of this storage, which gets the other coal, which wouldn't be terrible. Yeah, I guess we might have to change that. Which means that this conveyor could have stayed here. Not really, because I needed the room. But I don't know if I can get the connection through that I want. Yeah, I mean, this is the connection of the storage into the heating plant now. Get rid of the horse the horse maintenance office. Gives us a lot of room to work with here. And then we can have another conveyor pickup point. Bring it across and then into the new connection. Yeah, I don't want to draw coal out of this heating plant storage. I think that is a pretty bad idea. And I kind of locked myself in of not having enough space, of having another conveyor go through here. So my solution to this is to hook up to the aggregate storage of coal for the steel mill, which is always getting filled by the our coal train first. Yes, the steel mill draws coal from here consistently, but we should be able to fill local coal storages from the heating plants off of this in the conveyor loop that we're setting up right now. So the only thing I would have to move is this construction office, which is set to do maintenance. And I guess we can move that into the area of the other construction offices if we want to. Let me know when that is done and we'll get rid of this construction office. And then get a connection by conveyor over the double railroad, which is not a problem. And then consider our options with the heating plant. I'm going to put a raid stop in because I don't think I'm going to be streaming for much longer. Alright. Clothing factory is up and working. This time the train has no problem pulling resources out of the clothing factory directly too. At some point the clothing inside the goods station will be full again and we can set the warning checkbox on that. It's going to take a little bit, but we'll be exporting clothing again very soon. No more trucks involved. It's now all train based. I mean, the distribution to the shopping center is still truck based, but that I can't change. Okay, that's not true. Technically the shopping centers have a factory connection, so I could bring resources to the shopping centers by train. Which seems a bit excessive. Okay, send more workers to the cableway station, please. I think we can do that. It is traffic optimized, very good. So yeah, that loading station is quite nice for this purpose. Speeds construction up a little bit with horses. Well, with horses it speeds it up a lot. But even with trucks, if you need throughput, traffic optimized cargo stations are really good. And they don't need to be excessively large. 2 platforms, traffic optimization. The horses can't keep up arriving that quickly. Let's get some more construction offices, because I would like to do a little bit faster construction now. I think our money says we can. He's still in range of the repair station. have to remove that road to place the other construction office, otherwise it won't let me. That'll be fine. That's gonna put 4 more construction offices in, plus the maintenance office being relocated. One of them is gonna be the concrete mixers. They need to move. I need the area for urban development. Hello then, Trusty. Welcome. Sending those 2 extra houses full of workers to the area might have done it in regards to producing enough food. Maybe not this time, but maybe next time. I mean, they're not picking up food right now. They're delivering fabric, picking up clothing. Okay, you're not picking up clothing. I need to set the train cars that hold fabric to also hold clothing. But I'm not waiting until unloaded for fabric, I guess. So that's not gonna work either. I guess we're gonna flip 1 train car from fabric to... No, it's only 2 train cars. I guess I have 1 spare train car that I put on the train, so you're gonna be clothing. There. Fine. That'll do. Next time we'll move clothing over. I'm sure it'll be fine. I should set up gravel roads, but I think it'll be fine. Gas station is a little bit, well, the horse feeder is in a little bit of an awkward area. Should probably be moved. Especially if we want to almost triple our vehicles in the area. And currently the exit is not prioritized. So much horse, yes. Much horse. Hello Barbados, Black Belly. Welcome. I'm just assigning metal scraps to all the other open garbage containers, so it thinks it's full, and then it brings a pickup carriage here. And I can demolish this without spreading a bunch of pollution, I guess. That helps a bit. New area for the technical service. No. Maintenance office. We don't do roads and footpaths. Maintenance at 40%, machine replacement at 20%. But otherwise, we'll take over. Yeah, we'll just pick up from the large coal storage. I guess that'll work. There's no need to put more coal unloading stations into the city, but I can also do that. If it becomes too complicated with the conveyors, we can also drop unloading stations in the city and just unload coal elsewhere. Would have to use smaller trains though. We could use this conveyor to put a aggregate loading station for trains and then use shunting trains to bring the coal to local heating plants, which would be quite excessive. This area is completely locked in. There's no alternative access. I'm not going to upgrade the roads, I guess. It is what it is. Okay, and this road is fine, so we can relocate the horse feeder next. Some more rail demolition. Right, did I not send out the fuel train? I thought I did. I did. Hasn't arrived yet, I guess. It just arrived. Go to the customs house one more time and pick up some more fuel. Not a lot of housing left. Yeah, I think this side of the settlement will all fall to the demolition. I don't want any residents living on this side anymore, so all the facilities will be shut down. You have to go to the other shopping center. This one. Can reach that from the train platform. Come on, get rid of the people. Relocate. Get out of here. There. They love being relocated. This is still filling up with something, isn't it? I'm pretty sure someone is still dumping in here. Nope. No technical service. Maybe a demolition office. Nope, they're all assigned correctly. I guess it's just really slow to get the waste out of here. Only 7k people, what happened? We're demolishing the auxiliary settlement. The auxiliary settlement is being phased out. That's what's happening. So still being at around 7,000 people is pretty good. But like I said, I don't want to go over 10,000 people with the auxiliary settlement still around. So we're getting rid of all of this. The only thing that might be left over is the incinerator, but even that one I think we're gonna get rid of. I have to bring that to somewhere around the MegaCity, which means I will need a passenger platform and bring workers to it. Somewhere on the outside here I could see a hazardous waste incinerator with a waste dump instead of a slow unloading platform. Can't really get the waste out of it that I want, metal scrap, but it would be metal scrap and construction waste and it would just go back to the border. Mixer construction office is up. Alright, so our maintenance office gets these pickup locations, a little bit special for you, and the other one's just regular assignments. Hello, Sunshell, by the way. Making room for the next housing expansion. Heating plant, fire station, water and sewage and electricity somewhere close to the residential area, the new one. Coal being transferred from the storage of the steel mill by conveyor into the storage of the new heating plant. And then also from this with conveyors around the outside to maybe multiple heating plants on the other side of the steel mill. But that puts a lot of pollution in the center, because these heating plants are quite close together. Looks like we're making enough food now. 66 tons, I think it was. We do have that. Yep. Apparently no more food imports. While also making alcohol exports. Concrete mixers and dumpers have a bit of a path to get to the buildings, but once they're running, it's always the initial trip. If they go from here to the from right next door to the concrete mixer, pickup point the concrete plant, and then deliver to somewhere and then go back and forth, we only really shorten the initial trip. But it's also useful for knowing where the buildings are. And that's, I guess, the nice thing. Having the construction offices that specialize on a certain type of resource being close to the facility is quite handy. And of course the initial delivery might be all you need to finish a small building. You definitely don't need those many construction vehicles anymore. So we're going to relocate some dumpers. And more open hull carriages would be handy. Guess we can also start phasing out the construction offices in this location. I don't know if I need more concrete mixers. I'm not going to relocate the maintenance vehicles for obvious reasons. What do you mean? Not enough wardens? Don't we have 2 or 3 houses assigned to work in here? I guess not. I thought I could get around that. You know what? Work in the prison and then work elsewhere. I'm not going to assign you to a bus platform. You are not that important. Just make sure the prison is always staffed to the max. And then you can pick whatever other facility you want. I don't want these warning messages though. And you're as close as possible to the prison. Maybe not you. Maybe you instead. You should probably go and work in the prison. And then send excess workers to the cableway. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Send excess workers to the cableway station instead. But then they all get eaten up by the food factory and distillery, and there might be local employment that is more important. We'll set the warning message on food now. Once the food is full, we'll reduce the amount of workers inside the food factory as much as we can without triggering the warning message on the food supply. Food, alcohol, well, the warehouse should be at the beginning. Warehouse, food for and alcohol in power station central southeast. You know what? On your second trip here, I guess we can do the same thing again. We can take a peek and unload. If you still have fabric loaded, unload fabric and pick up clothing for export. Oh, that's a... that might be a bad idea. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Just don't do that. Because otherwise we'll export all clothing at that point. No, only do that when you do the trip to the city. Fabric. We got only one train car for clothing now. Because now the train cars that holds food doesn't really make sense to hold clothing anymore because it's always going to be full. Nuclear meltdown happened? Of course. I don't think 11 tons is going to be enough. Because we already have more than 11 tons. I could add more train cars, I guess, but... what am I going to do? Oh, I have an idea. We are going to do what I said we wouldn't. But we will unload enough clothing so we can fill up the train again when it returns. So you will go here, unload fabric if you still have any, unload all clothing, and then drop some clothing back, which you will pick up after you go to the customs house. 10% should be okay, I think. How much storage capacity do you have? Only 11 tons. That's not good. I need more storage space. Now I need to change this back to what it was. Giving it capacity inside the fabric train cars, I guess. And the food train cars. The food train cars would be now useful again, because the food train cars are going to be unloaded when it moves here. Yeah, I guess this is what we're going to do. Return it back to how it was. And this can be another food train car, I guess. Food and clothing. Actually, no, it should be just clothing, because when we go here, after we come from the customs house, everything is going to be filled with food. And then I need room for one train car that just can carry clothing. Now 10% is 9.9 tons, which is fine. 10 tons. You imported clothing. No. I'm gonna turn that off. I guess I have to turn that off. Because it was... one train car is just set to load clothing, so that one got filled up, I guess. Load everything. No mechanical components. Sure. I think that's all, yeah. So we exported the clothing and then bought it right away, which was not that great. There. I don't know if this train track is still being used. I don't think it is. But I will need it to demolish all of the train tracks in this area if I want to get rid of everything. I guess we could move the coal train into the coal supply by horse carriages. As buildings get demolished, the demand on the heating plant becomes lower and lower. For now we'll prioritize this area, so we can get rid of one of the heating plants. It does supply some heating to the northern part of the settlement as well. So we could, in theory, wait until all the coal has been used up, but I think I'll use the distribution offices to just help empty it out. Let's bring another demolition office in, I think, if I have one spare. Yes. Everything to the border, no workers, no explosives. And you get some vehicles from the distribution office for waste. Just help with the demolition. Transport the waste away, please. High priority on this wire demolition just because it looks ugly. No other reason. And this thing because I want to get rid of the name tag temp CO sector, because this is not going to be anything anymore. And afterwards these ones can be normal priority as well. So we can get rid of the train platforms and the vehicle storage in the area, which is still connected to the factory connections. If I demolish the buildings, I don't know if they would disappear and leave the factory connections lying around. Workers and resources, Aesthetic Republic. Yeah. Do you think your closed train is now working right? You're still losing lots of money. No. I'm not sure. Must be the fabric imports maybe, because we have a whole new warehouse to fill up. Clothing imports. This month, 20 tons. Load. Food. Load. No clothing. It's not a train that should be loading clothing. I mean, we're not really losing that much money. We're still waiting on the vehicle export, which is currently running. And we haven't looked at our loans in a long time, which most of them have been paid back for over 700,000 rubles already. We're still at between 12 and 14 million rubles loans. It's not that bad. Inflation is decreasing the value of the loans more and more. It's just that every import and export is just going to shift a lot more money around, so it seems very drastic. And yeah, the fabric imports are going to cost us some amount of money, for sure. Let me know when the maintenance center building has been demolished. Now we can see if we figure out a way to connect this across here. This conveyor has to be that way, otherwise it won't connect across. In a last-ditch effort, we could move the fire station, I guess. But I think it should be possible to get it set up. YouTube, stop doing that. Epidemic. Fine. Happiness went down a little bit. Crime getting higher. Maybe people don't like being relocated. Very few prisoners though. Every prisoner that gets released when there's no flat available just disappears from the Republic. So while we have 21-year-olds without their own flat and all houses are filled, people going through the prison system just disappear. Unless I have specific buildings marked for them to move into, if they for example had high loyalty. I want to set up my small prison. I want to restart the loyalty spiral. I think I have it figured out now. I was just getting greedy with the loyalty all the time. There's our export. And the hazardous waste incineration. What if we put a train platform here that connects to... No, that would be terrible. There's no room here. I want it to be somewhere on the double track. Move the university and put a train station right in here. That seems a bit excessive. Guess we could move one of the orphanages at some point and put a train platform there. It would connect into the double track, so that would be okay. Move this building, the kindergarten, one of the orphanages, and just run a train station right in here. Time for trams. You want me to put the train station on the outside and run trams in a loop to transfer them to the train platform, huh? We don't have that many people yet. I don't think it's time for trams yet. I was just thinking if we relocate the waste incinerator, I need a train platform to pick workers up from. I mean, I can also run a cableway station, but it would have to be quite far away, and I think a train platform makes more sense. I mean, the crop train is leaving before the other one has arrived again, so it seems to be working alright. Now we just need to get the throughput to make them 450 meter long each. And hope that it still has enough throughput. I want to redo the train track, but I guess we can wait a little bit longer. Yeah, I mean, we did a bunch of work. Got more construction offices in preparation for doing more work. Probably need some dedicated demolition office with some trucks to make sure we can be a little bit more efficient on the waste removal on certain demolition sites. Okay, the wire is gone. Very nice. I think I'm going to call it here for today. Still a work week. This was fun. Got some stuff done. We can set up for the new heating plant next time, I think. Once the maintenance center is removed, I think we should be able to get a connection through. Might have to fiddle around with the footpath again. But I don't think it's going to be impossible. We just might have to get rid of this whole footpath and connect this conveyor to go across the train tracks at that point. Oh, we'll see. 2 train tracks should not be difficult to cross. Money-wise, we're doing really well, I think. I'm just doing a lot of work, and sometimes I'm seeing that I have a lot of money and I get a bunch of trains. The clothing production has now been successfully relocated, meaning that every time we import more fabric, we're at least exporting a little bit of clothing, but we're still going to fill up this warehouse quite full of fabric. Excessively so. Maybe the smaller warehouse would have been sufficient, but I think this is also set up for Maybe another clothing factory in the future. On the other side of the train track potentially, once we have another cableway station feeding workers into the area. Could be a thing. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be reworking the area south of our residential area into a location for moving in new citizens. And also work on the deconstruction of the auxiliary settlement, because we need to get rid of it. Otherwise we can't get over 10,000 people and get more research points. Let me save the game and then look for a similar stream to raid. Cloud save. Let's see. Workers and resources. French. No English stream, bunch of Germans, Cyrillic, French. Yeah. No stream in that regard. Something Barbaric is streaming Thief again. I don't think I would raid in that, I believe. Not sure. Only 5 viewers in Captain of Industry, and it's all a German stream, so that category is also not gonna be a good raid target. I don't know. I guess we're gonna go over to someone. Let me listen into the cipher. I would like to hear how the music making is going. Yeah, that's okay. We're gonna raid over to Decipher, I think. Decipher, making music right now, DJing. Scratching out some tunes. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is absolutely fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Have a good rest to your Wednesday afternoon, evening. And yeah, we'll probably be back tomorrow with more workers and resources since my uploads finally worked. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.